The sky is here at the Florida Cricket Oval. It is match day number 11 of the SABULA Cricket Challenge T20 Cup. It's the SABULA and it's the Sunrisers of Kitamba taking on the Katosi Strikers. But first things first, let's see what happened during the toss.
A very good afternoon to you all. My name is Solomon Lubwama. Together with the captains of the Sunrisers and the Strikers, umpire Liz Nachibule, to conduct the toss for this match number 22 in the SABULA T20 Cricket Challenge. Heads is the call. It is tells Robert, a quick word with you. Yes, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
I think we are batting first.
Any particular reason why?
Of course, since the start of the tournament, our team has always been a good batting team, and we have been setting runs. That's how we have been winning.
What do you think would be a good score for you?
200 runs.
Certainly, and I hope you'll back that up. Tell me about the players coming in and players out in your squad.
Actually, John Lucky is coming in for Komagum Jovan because of certain reasons.
Okay, good luck to you. Adam Kasim, they are going to bat. What would you have chosen?
I wanted to bat first also, but he won the toss. I think I just get my bowling line up and come and make them like a total of 100 and come and chase it.
Yes, because that was the second question I was going to ask you. He said they wanted about 200, you say about 100. So give me some insight into your team. Who is in, who is out?
And no one is in. No any new changes in the team. Like it was that last time it is.
Okay, good luck to you. And here from the center, the Sunrisers have won the toss and have elected to bat.
And that is the news coming in from the center. The Kitamba Sunrisers have won the toss and opted to bat first. An interesting matchup as they take on the Katosi Strikers, a team on top of the table that has lost only one game in this tournament. But they are missing a few of their gun hitters. And this sets up a stage for an exciting clash. The man with 2 centuries in the tournament and an half century in Robert Owili will be there making another mark. And my name is Ivan Cyprian Sajabi here in the comms. I have the man who was earlier on right at the toss with the fresh stories from the center. Solomon Chigoziwama, good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you very much, Ivan. An encounter between two teams right at the top of the logs. All have lost once so far. The Katosi Strikers coming off that loss against the Senyu Warriors, missing of course their captain Ajuna, Keith Danamani. So some batting out there. And the only loss to the Sunrisers coming up against the Katosi Strikers. An overly anticipated match that ended up in the Sunrisers coming against a juggernaut. The Strikers winning by 108 runs.
Well, the positions of these two teams are clearly say what the fans out there should expect in this game. But I tell you, the only chance that the Katosi Strikers have of picking up victory is if they can bowl well and make sure that they get rid of the dangerous Robert Owili as early as possible. Because if he sticks in, things may not go their way. Robert Owili already at the crease, set to make a mark. He's been in the nets in the morning during the morning game, and now he will be hoping that he can score some runs for his side.
Yes, a quick look at the table will show you that the Katosi Strikers have played 7, won 6, lost 1 for 12 points at a run rate of 2.173. The Sunrisers, the men in blue, played 7, won 6, lost 1 12 points, but an inferior run rate to the strikers, 1.471. Tom Adupu, the man right at the top of the bowling charts. Adam Kasim, Stephen Otieno, all the striker bowlers in this side. People at the top of the bowling charts. Adupu with 13 so far before he bowls another ball in this tournament. Robert Owili taking guard. And will it still be the Robert Owili show?
Tom Adupu from Soroti Cricket Academy, but one of the very few players who have papers in this tournament. He will be hoping and wishing that he can get his team off to a very flying start. And this is the first ball of the innings. Tom Adupu bowling to Robert Owili. That's hit up in the air. Half chance, but no, it will go all the way to the boundary. What a start there from Tom Adupu. Not a dream start for him. That ball straying in, and Robert Owili manages to get it with the bat down the leg to bring up the boundary of the very first ball of this game.
Adupu looking to change his footwear. And in that last game he had on a brilliant orange pair which you could not miss. Taking on a new pair now. But that ball, Robert Owili right on top of it, pulls it for one bounce boundary for battle lines certainly drawn in this encounter. Adupu, Katosi strikers played 6 matches, 6 innings, picked up 13 wickets at an economy of 4.74. Leads the bowling rankings, followed by Andrew Hajaguju, 3.
Hit back out of the square by Robert Owili. His swing can miss, but I tell you, it shows some bit of intent, and he's kept the scoreboard ticking for the side.
That one angling to his legs, played that one absolutely fine. London Muhanguzi Timothy keeps him company, now prepped to face his first ball of this innings.
That will be wide. The wind which is blowing around the Florida Cricket Oval, just giving that ball an extra swing, and in the end it results into a wide, but good areas being bowled by that man in Tom Adupu. Steps forward to drive, but doesn't close in so nicely. London Timothy Muhanguzi. London, he plays for Mukono Development Cricket Club, and he was here yesterday when he said he lost to Tornado Cricket Club.
Not a good outing for Mukono Development side, being asked to defend by Tornado, conceding 218 runs, but only managing 108. Plays that one half-hearted shot, playing quite away from his body, but it is good to go forward because then you have a much better inkling of what what you're going to do to that ball, either to leave it because it's outside of the stumps or it is angling in, so you have to bring in the bat. Off the mark for Muhanguzi, London.
Tomot playing the over. Tom Adop is still trying to make sure that he gets his team to a flying start. Beats him for all pace. And it will be a dot ball. What a bowling line and length there from Tom Adupu. Just making sure that he doesn't give Robert Owili anything.
The toss, Robert Owili looked to his team putting on about 200. His captain on the other side saying that they hope to restrict them to 100. Final ball of this over. And they will have to do that again. Strays to the leg side. He has a man out there waiting at the boundary at fine leg. So he's trying to bowl it at back of a length. Try to tempt him into a pull shot. But he's been connecting well.
He will be coming in to bowl it again. Tom Adop is been bowling that borderline. But because the ball is over swinging, you should be looking at bowling it away close to the off stump so that when it swings in, it brings those wickets into play. I love the raw pace and extra space that Tom Adop bowls. Just running in and making great use of the surface. Look at his boundary for Robert Owili. There is a fine leg and the third man trying to make sure that they cut off the edges from the blade of Tom Adupu bowling to Robert Owili. Use of the wrist to the mid-wicket area and only a single. 10 runs off the first over for no loss.
Of course, Eric Mukisa of the Strikers putting on some runs over the weekend.
Eric Mukisa will be the man to bowl the second over, coming in from the road end. Because we'll be bowling some off spin, he has cow corner and long on protecting the boundary. He will be hoping that he can bowl the good areas to make sure that Robert Owili has nothing to work with. These two met at the boys nationals, one playing for St. John's Kauga and the other one for Mweri. Beautifully adjudged there by the batter, and it goes down for wides. A quick one from Eric Mukisa, uncalled for, as now it gives the Sunrisers advantage of running through for those runs.
Good running in between the wickets, trying to get Robert Owili back on strike for most of this innings is the strategy from the Sunrisers. Good Yorker. Nothing to play with, Robert Owili. Adam Kasim in the deep. Keeps that to 1. Eric Mukisa picking up that fofa in that encounter. Doing great things with the ball and in the catching column. The appeal comes in, but that ball just drifting down the leg side. Mukisa unconvinced, but the umpire more resolute. Elizabeth Nachibule, together with Reste Nalumansi, indicates leg buys. Good command of the game from the young lady.
Straight as a ruler. Kasim Adam will just see that one run all the way to the boundary. Overpitched by Eric Mukisa. And Robert Owili pumps onto it, bringing up another boundary in the match and the first one in this over.
The moment you miss your lines from Owili, the punishment follows straight and down on the ground. Textbook.
This time round, that should go all the way. A shot of power over the screen, and it goes all the way for a maximum. Robert Owili showing his power and muscling that one on.
That ball wide from Eric Mukisa, picks it up nicely, swings through the line. Great touch, great reward. Maximum of the first innings. There is a way he quickly accelerates in his scoring, Owili, because of the ability to find those boundaries. Slower ball, same result. And Adam Kasim at 6s and 7s on where he should stand, because that ball is coming in that region. Played strongly on the onside.
Yeah, Robert Owili has already seen his eating range. Eric Mukisa going for 20 in his first over, and as we come to the end of the second, 31 for no loss is the score. Robert Owili already cruising at 22 off 9. What an innings. He's already setting up for the Kitamba Sunrisers.
And there is that great line from the movie Gladiator, starring Russell Crowe, that says, "Are you not entertained?" I hope our viewers out there are loving this as much as we are. It is still the Robert Owili show. The man continuing from where he stopped last week. Of course, we are in the business end of this tournament. This is match day number 11. But Adam Kasim replaces Toma Dupu into the bowling attack. He will be coming from the forest end for the men in green.
Tossing the ball around to see who brings the breakthrough. And it's now Kasim Adam, the standing captain, of course, in the absence of Robert Arjuna. Kasim is the man who is asking the questions. He's having those balls angle away from the batter. Ladan Timothy Mwanguzi is also a spinner, so he has to take his time to make sure that he sees what Kasim Adam will be doing.
The strategy is to keep Muhanguzi on strike. Man coming in from the 45 at mid-off picks up that required single to bring Robert Owili on strike. Eric Mukisa returns to patrol the boundary at long off. And then a wideish extra cover in place. A look at that pitch during the toss, saw some very various cracks to his back foot. Man playing with his faculties. Where the ball is to hit, he hits it, and where he just needs to pick up a single. It's not only raw power on display, but brains as well. London Muhanguzi now also finding his groove, knowing that as long as I have Owili on the other end, we are good to go. One ball to complete the over. Quicker one from Adam Kasim. Ill-advised and is deposited for a maximum. Third maximum for the Robert Owili show.
Yeah, Robert Owili still carrying on his bat from where he left it. Kasim Adam overtossing that one, and Robert Owili says thank you. It goes all the way to the maximum, bringing up 40 runs in no quick time. Just 3 overs of play, but that's the replay of that massive shot there. It was rated a slot, and Robert Owili had to play it to go all the way over long on, and that marks the end of the over. 9 in Kasim Adam's first over, and after 3, 40 for no loss is the score.
13.33 the run rate so far. Of course, we can't forget our lovely sponsors, Kingsley Children's Medical Center, people who facilitate this tournament coming to your screens and also taking place. We are well into our 3rd week. Not forgetting Deep End Sports Media, the broadcasting and stripping partners. Tom Adupu said he didn't like that end he was coming from. Changes to the highway end. Muhanguzi, the man on strike.
Adupu changing ends, and he comes from the road end, manages to pick a dot ball right away. Tom Adupu will be the bowler. All eyes should be at the way he bowls and everything he does on the pitch. Really makes him a contender of sorts when he comes in with the ball.
Certainly leading the way so far with 13 wickets at an economy of just over 4. Good stuff from the young man.
Beautiful there from Tom Adupu, just bowling it into the surface and onto the body line. And it results into another dot ball, but good areas being bowled. Tom Adupu hitting the deck hard, and now because the breeze is blowing in from the other end of the pitch, he's just making sure that he uses it so well as he continues to dot for the side. The previous over from that end by Eric Muksa went for many 20 runs, and now Tom Adupu has the work of making sure that he cuts off the damage that was created by Robert Owili.
Gets a slip in place.
And also having Lion Timothy Muhanguzi gives him a better opportunity, because he will make sure that he squeezes in as many dot balls as possible, so that he keeps that man there on strike.
Muhanguzi Timothy turning out for Mukono Development at the weekend yesterday on this same level, and his captain and coach had one play for him: keep on the wicket, so that should still be ringing in his ears. Doesn't have to do much. Wait for the bad balls. Robert Owili will take care of the runs. Certainly less pressure on him. But I like Adam Kasim bringing in a slip to him. Adupu constantly beating, swing and a miss, constantly beating the edge. Beat him for pace.
Five dot balls on trot for Tom Adupu in the over. He will be just making sure that he completes the over very well. One more ball to play in the over for Tom as he comes in for his final ball. Swing and a miss, and it will be a dot ball to mark at the end of the over by Tom Adupu. Maiden over, and after 4 scoreboard reads, 40 for no loss.
A change of ends bringing better fortunes for Tom Adupu, picking up the first maiden of this innings. London Muhanguzi Timothy swinging at that ball needlessly, because a look at the previous over from Eric Mukisa there on your screen. It was the last ball, and therefore, unless you're scoring a boundary, you just need to keep your wicket. So the Sunrisers looking to usurp the strikers to go top of the table. As I mentioned earlier, that in the first encounter between these two teams, Sunrisers all and the strikers coming into that engagement both unbeaten, but that day proving to be a chastising one to the Sunrisers, losing by 108 runs to the strikers. Will it be revenge in this encounter? Eric Mukisa continues, sends out long off, brings and long on, brings the rest of the players into the circle.
Eric Muksa also changing ends, and it will be audible. And I tell you something, when you look at this side of the pitch, the boundary looks shorter, so meaning every time Owili swings hard, he will make contact and send you to the banks. Good work there being done by Eric Muksa. 2 dot balls already in the over. He's making up for his first over that went for 20, coming in and bowling the good areas, not giving anything away to Robert Owili, cramping him for room, but that flick there from Robert will give him a chance to take the run, as that place is vacant.
Gets off the mark. Better lines from Mukisa, had him pinned, so gets a breather on the other end. Oh, great stroke by Muhanguzi Timothy. Plays that one off his pads, picks up one. It is a thrilling encounter so far.
And I tell you, this is a much better over there from Eric Mukisa. His first over went for 20 runs, and when he came back with the ball, he's been hitting only the good areas. Just one run off the bat and another one being a by run. But this time round again, that is too full from Eric Mukisa. Robert Owili hits it and it goes all the way, swinging it through the line to bring up a maximum and mark at the end of the over.
The penultimate over of the power play is done and dusted. 48 on the board for no loss. Robert Owili on his merry way, 36 in 16. London Muhanguzi Timothy 3 in 14, keeping him company. That last ball of the over, finding the vacant area via the covers.
Runs still flowing. They will always be hoping that they can get a fielder to target. Tom Adopo went for 9 runs in his first over, and his second over he went for no runs. He completed with the maiden over. Eric Muksa going for 20 in his first over, coming back, trying to make amendments until when he went astray. But when you look at the scoring rate, it is 9.60, close to 10. Good strike rate there, as Tom Adopo returns with the ball.
As we've seen so often throughout the tournament, the strikers captains have bowled him 3 overs on the trot. She's a power play bowler and starts off with a dot. Smacks it over mid-on. One bounce to bring up his first boundary. Muhanguzi Timothy. The ball is wide, angling in. Stride was out. 1-2 bounces over the line. Good work. refreshing to that one. Great comeback from Tom Adupu. Beats his edge. That boundary four, giving him some confidence. Learning from the best. When you have Robert Owili on the other side and you are the non-striker, you see how he tackles the bowlers. Great line, great line. Plays and misses. I love the consistency of Tom. When he finds his line and the player is missing, he never strays away from it. More dot ball pressure, but it will be one final ball to complete his third over. Tom Adupu.
Not only does it complete his third over, but also the power play. Flawless in his spell. Tom Adupu wicketless, but the economy right up there. Driven down the ground, chance to run, yes. Right under the nose of Nathan Serunjoji, they do take the run. And that run marks the end of the power play. As we come to the end of the power play, scoreboard reads 56 for no loss after 6 overs. I beg your pardon, it is 53 for no loss. And that is the power, that is the replay of that last maximum hit of the bowling of Eric Moksabe. Robert Owili, but look at his shots. Muscles, just making sure that he takes them on. Kasim Adam also went for one. Robert Owili has been the man. But now the team has the chance of using the loosened up fielding restrictions to their advantage as they continue keeping the pressure on. And the captain for the Katosi strikers in Kasim Adam will take a bowling change right away, introducing Otieno Steven into the attack.
Otieno not picking up any wickets in his 4 overs. The last time he bowled against the Senior Warriors, has been struggling with his pitch and line, bowling so many full tosses, but it is a man he has full knowledge of in Muhanguzi. These two teammates. Starts off with a no ball. Somebody needs to have a word with Stephen Otieno, and very quickly. Free hit coming up for the man with a blazing bat, Robert Owili. Range hitting from the man himself. Another maximum to add to his tally and to the Sunrisers total. Creates room, moves way beyond the stumps, deposits that over cow corner. Balls that into the pitch. Mokisa keeps that to one. Better line from Otieno. Man not so far also from the top of the bowling charts. Picked up 9 wickets so far. Mwanguzi using his feet. Gets to the pitch of that, drives. Scoreboard keeps ticking with that single. Ball missed by Owidi, and the wicket keeper pick up a bye. Tempted him out with one flighted outside of the stumps. Unable to connect on this occasion.
And this should be the plan all through the game. Adjustments just to be made there. Hit. Lana Timothy Mwangus this same round, he manages to connect that one sweetly. But it only finds a waiting Kasim Adam cutting that one off to just a single. But somehow you feel some control in that shot. It only didn't have enough power. Still power down in the ground by Robert Owili, and all the way for a maximum. When you look at the shot from Robert Owili, he doesn't show that it will go very far. But I tell you, the balls keep moving and moving until when they go outside. What a shot there from Robert.
Pitched on leg. He had created space, room, moving out the leg. Swings through. End of over number 7 of this innings. The score is 77 of 11. Robert Owili with that maximum. That maximum brought up the half century from Robert Owili in 20 balls. Beg your pardon. A look at those highlights. Strong muscles, finding his range quickly. And there will be a bowling change from the highway end. The captain, the leader of these troops of the green machine, Adam Kasim, takes the ball in his hands, hoping to strike.
Yeah, he went for 9 in his first over, and he will be hoping that because now he has the field well protected, he can pick something from this match. That is too full from Kasim Adam, and it is driven down the ground. Just a single run. Well, that single brings the danger man on strike in Robert Owili. Another driven down the ground by Robert Owili as he brings up that well-constructed half century and raises up his blade. A fine shot there from Robert Owili.
And he looks in the form to add to his tally. Man who cannot be touched by anybody else with the bat so far in this tournament. Slower ball, turns, spins across. Slowed the ball down, drew the man in who stepped out of his crease. Wicketkeeper completes the stamping. First wicket down for the Sunrisers. Muhanguzi Timothy departs for a useful 11 in 23. Scoreboard is 75 for the loss of 1 wicket.
single laki ziliwo bbiri temulimu bbiri
Great comeback by Adam Kasim, drawing his man forward, trying to get to the pitch of that ball. Very slow delivery. Misses. It's the wicket keeper left with nothing but stumps and bails to dislodge. Great fat back so far from the Katosi strikers.
Yeah, finally wicket comes, but what a first wicket stand there for the side. Kasim Adam now coming round, beats him for all money. There is an appeal, but the umpire doesn't raise up the finger because that ball outside leg and looking away might have not really gone on to hit the wickets.
Sebanyiga Davis, the new man in dot ball, brings the 8th over to its end. Score is 73 runs for the loss of Witty, magnificent 50. As Ivan was saying, a brilliant first opening stand between Muhanguzi Timothy and Robert Owi. From the forest. Sends out deep extra cover. Deep mid wicket. Long on, long off. Flighted delivery up in the sky. The rest is on. That ball still within the boundary ropes. Otieno Stephen struggling with this to pitch up that ball. And the man on strike now is a fellow teammate, schoolmate. Plays across the line, misses that one. Valuable dot ball. Better line from Otieno, beating the bat. Wicket keeper should be in business if he keeps playing that way. Sebanyiga's technique under the microscope. He plants his foot and then swings his bat rather than the bat and the leg moving in tandem.
Yeah, he'll be looking at working on that so that he can get his team some runs. Robert Oweli is now the man. Hits that one, inside out shot. There is a fielder. Catch is taken. Nathan Serunjeju doesn't put down many, takes another one to extra covers. and they get rid of dangerous Robert Owiri, but the celebration there shows you how big and important this wicket was, as now 2 wickets fall in quick succession, and now it will be Robert Owiri to depart.
Plays to one, drifting across him, does not connect well. Nathan Serunjoji. Quicker ball from Otieno. Serunjoji full of confidence and doing great things out there in the middle. That catch right up to his throat, down his throat. Second for the Sunrisers. Score is 75 for the loss of 2 after 5 overs. The Sunrisers now left with the task of proving to the world that they are not a one-man show and that they can put some runs on the board with the danger man gone. New man in is Raymond Kagera, and Ivan, I don't think that there is a lot of pressure now. They have been given a very good start by the opening partnership.
And I think now the plan for Raymond Kagera and David Sabanyiga is to make sure that they keep the scoreboard ticking so that they can get a little more runs. If they can cross those 3 magical figures, maybe they'll have something to bowl at, because when you look at the Katosi Strikers team, most of their players are missing. They'll be relying heavily on Eric Mokisa and Adam Kasim. So this should be an opportunity for the Kitamba Sunrisers to make sure that they get some runs quickly and pick up a vital win. The win will also be a revenge, because their only loss in the tournament came when they were taking on this side. But I tell you, when it comes down to the wire, not so many days from now, we might be seeing these 2 teams in the final, because they've really had a very good run of form, and they've made sure that they are the teams contending in the tournament. 3 off Stephen Otieno's second over, and as we come to the end of the 9th over, scoreboard reads 76 for 2.
Certainly, these 2 strong contenders to appear in the finals. Every team going through some personnel changes with the unavailability of the players from the emerging and and the Uganda A sides. So every team has had to adjust. The strikers we saw falling to the Warriors last weekend, final game of the week. Now the Sunrisers without their captain Amos Ahura, Jovan Kumagum, and there is a bowling change from the highway end. 24 runs needed to cross the 100 runs Rubicon. Christian Ichori, the new bowler.
The first bowler struggled to make a breakthrough, but finally the 2 batters who opened the batting for the Kitamba Sunrisers, London Timothy Muhanguzi and Robert Owiri, already back to the heart. 2 new men at the crease, Davis Sawanyiga and Raymond Kagera. And now the plan for Kasim Adam and his troops will be making sure that they wrap up the innings as quickly as possible. 77 for 2 after 9.1 overs. Those runs are many. If they can bat all the 20 overs, they'll keep milking those extras and get a solid total. Not the best of foot movements there from Raymond Kagera, moving both his feet backward instead of creating room to cut or stepping close to the ball. And it's another dotty ball in the over.
Batting technique of a bowler, certainly. Ivan, as you point out, his best advice to play forward, but it's refining the lines. And you feel that there is a shift in momentum in this game with the two set batters out. The screws are certainly being turned by the men in green.
But I tell you, the bowling change in Christian has not given away many. Eric Mox are still speaking to him on every delivery and making sure that the youngster can do what is expected of him. Good pace there coming in from Christian. That ball just angling away from the batter. And it results into another dotty ball. And when you look at his protection, he has third man, cow corner, and long on at the boundary. Mr. Ichori just bowling the good areas. He's considered just 2 runs. And he's really made sure that he keeps bowling those good areas. Just hoping that he can wrap up this over very nicely. Beautiful swing, and it's another dotty ball in the over. A fine over coming in there from Christian. He's not given anything away to the batter, and he will be just hoping that he completes the over nicely. He's taken on his spell very nicely, and he is wishing that he could bowl the good area and wrap up the over. Final ball, full toss, inside out shot, but not control from Davis Sewanyiga. That falls in this vacant area, and they will just take a single to mark at the end of the over. 3 of Christian Ichori's first over, and as we come to the end of the 10th, 79 for 2 is the score. Current run rate 7.90. They will be hoping that they can take it slightly higher to maybe 8 or 10, but that's one of the replays of Robert Owili in the game. He's really muscled his way down. His half century came in quick time. He's been going for some powerful hits, taking on all the batters, and what to show he is lit and put here at the Florida Cricket Oval. This is match day number 11 of the SABULA Cricket Challenge T20 Cup happening here at Florida Cricket Oval. Deep End Sports Media, Kings the Children is home, and Mukono Cricket Community being the sponsors of this tournament. Cricket Uganda, part of the organizers. There's a change in the comms as my co-commentator, who's been here previously in Solomon Chigoswama, takes a break, and he will momentarily be replaced by Emmanuel Tujuche. The man who came today and made his debut in the tournament will be the voice that will be taking on through the commentary in the next few overs. But Stephen Otieno, who has so far bowled 2 overs, conceding just 9 runs and picking up a single wicket, will now come back to bowl his third. Full ball, should be a no ball call from the umpire. Does that run all the way? Yes. There was no control in playing that shot, a thick outside edge that went all the way to the boundary. Welcoming boundary for the Kitamba Sunrisers, and they also have even a better chance of capitalizing on that no ball. Good afternoon, Emmanuel, and welcome.
Good afternoon.
Free hit to come in from Stephen Othieno. He will be just hoping that he does not go for many. The ball might have slid out of his hands, and the free hit is missed by the wicket keeper, and it gives them a chance to take the other run. Well, Emma, you've come to the tournament today. What is your take on the organization that is happening here every day?
when you look at this, I think it's a good thing that this tournament is happening. And actually, with this kind of tournament, you look at how every player's cricket gets to change every time you find this kind of tournaments happening. At least these kids, these players in schools, they get to learn something from each other. So yeah, I think it's a good thing that this is happening.
Power. There was chance to catch, Kasim Adams sliding down, and he misses that chance. That one goes all the way to the boundary.
That was a risky hit, taking on the leg spinner against the breeze, and he had left it in the air. That was a good ball from the ball up. What another good ball that was. Stephen Othieno coming from the forest end, and he's doing well.
The good thing that Stephen Othieno has done is that after conceding that boundary, he manages to bowl some 2-dot balls that mark at the end of the over. And as we come to the end of the over, scoreboard reads 89 for a loss of 2 wickets after 11 overs.
There's been a slow strike rate from the time Robert O'Willie departed.
For a loss of 2 wickets. Christian Ichuri will now come back to bowl. He's already bowled 1 over that did go for many. He had an economical spell, and he will be hoping that he can still bowl the good areas. And when you look at his first over, Christian, it went for just 3 runs. Good area there being bowled by Christian Ichori, and he manages to pick up another dot ball. Fine spell there from him.
Look at Christian's action. He comes in very slow, but what comes out of him is very impressive. When he drops the ball, another dot ball, dropping in the good areas.
And it's a very good area to bowl, the stump to stump line. You miss a hit, it should be the area to bowl. But what a bowler he's been so far, just 2 dot balls coming in from him as he hopes that I can wrap up things very nicely. This time round, that is a hit. Does it go all the way? Yes. Beautiful shot there from David Sewanyaga, losing his anger and throwing his blade, taking the liking onto the bowling of Christian Ichori, as that goes all the way for the maximum.
But when you look at the ball, I don't think it was so bad. It was just a little bit short. Just that he had to extend his he extended his arms, and he had to swing at it. he had to get the results. I heard there's a saying in fighting that fortune only favors the brave. Sometimes if you don't take risks, you won't get the results.
He played a brave shot, Davis Sebanyiga, and manages to pick up a boundary. A fine looking shot there from him. 95 runs on board. Swing and a miss. There was a little feather, and the umpire nods her head saying yes, it was played. Davis Sebanyiga, after playing a nice looking shot, fails to complement it with another. A late feather. The wicket keeper does the rest of the business, and the Kitamba Sunrisers lose their 4th wicket.
What a ball that was. But when you look at the replay here on the screen, he stepped the wrong line and he swung at the ball. So there was really no chance for him to survive that.
Davis Sebanyiga departs. Some havoc being put onto this batting lineup of the Kitamba Sunrisers. They had a solid first wicket stand, but since then wickets have been tumbling. Two more balls to play in the over.
Kenneth comes onto the strike. Another dot ball there from Christian.
And you have to have words. Anyway, some words. Then the picture do the talking by itself.
That was a good ball, but he managed to get a single off the ball. 96 for 3 after 12 overs. It's off for the boundary. Stephen Otieno comes back into the attack. And his first ball was a bad ball and it's dispatched off for 4 runs. As you can see there, the batsman had given off the chance, but was poor fielding. And the umpire calls wide. And the 100 comes up. His third ball is dispatched off for 4 runs through mid-wicket area. And a further there from the batsman, and the umpire shakes her head, saying it's yes. Kenneth Otieno has to depart for 5 runs of 4 balls. Welcoming back King Soso back into the commentary. Welcome back, King Soso.
Thank you very much. Another look at that wicket by Stephen Otieno. Balls it in the channel. Tries to cut that one bottom edge to the waiting keeper. Get down for Sunrisers, who started off like a train, but with the loss of Robert Owili and Mohanguzi Timothy, all the batters coming in yet to make a mark. At the toss, the captain of the men in green, the strikers, said that they wanted to limit them to 100, and they seem to be going about their way very well so far. The mid-wicket conference continues as they await the next batter in. But you feel, Emma, that the batting has come off the rails for the Sunrisers.
Yeah. Earlier on, when London and Robert Owili opened, they had a good partnership. They scored 73 of 46 balls. That was quick. Owili scored 51 of 22 balls, and London had 11 of 24 balls. So the current partnership, which was Kenneth Ogenurot and Raymond Kategera, Kenneth was just gone. They've only had 6 runs off 5 balls. But the power play was really good.
Do you think that it is the bowling that has improved tremendously? We saw Stephen Otieno fighting with his lines, or it was just a man in form in Robert Owili?
I think it was a man in form. Usually when a batter is on form, no matter you're always going to travel.
Certainly.
Just like how you say the Indian batter who recently was in form, and in five games that he was given a chance to bat, he scored close to 200 runs, which was good. And unlike any other Indian batters, he was the first Indian batter to score such runs in a World Cup.
Speaking of the World Cup, we also look at Will Jacks for the England team. Hesitation in the middle. No run offered. And you're certainly right. Sometimes when a man is on form, you can hardly find anywhere to bowl. Flighted ball. Another dot ball. Just one to complete the over from Stephen Otieno, picking up a vital wicket of Ogenroth. The new batter swings in, picks up one to get off the mark, but it is 13 overs completed. Score is 106 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. They had a very good first half, the Sunrisers, now just trundling. If we could see the worm, the innings, that there was a spike in the first 10 overs, but then there has now been a drop off. But 13 overs completed.
Play the second over. 26 runs.
And that spinner was none other than Eric Mukisa, who returns into the bowling attack, but this time coming from the highway end. Received some punishment from Robert Owidi, but I would feel that the Katosi strikers are now the happier side. The boundaries have dried up. Misses that off stump by a slight margin. Good line from Eric Mukisa.
The batsman is posing on the off stump.
It's a candidate for LBW the moment that ball hits the pads.
He flicks off his pad and picks 2 runs. But it could be a strategy.
Certainly, that's what I was going to say. Looks like it seems to be adept at playing off his foot, but my worry remains that the moment that ball hits the pads. Loud appeal. Wicket time. Balls him. We'll have to take a look at what happened, but it is wicket time and John has to depart.
That was good wicket off good bowling. When you look at where the ball dropped and that drift from the ball, clipping off the off stump, taking off the pails. That was a good ball, but he did step in line. Certainly could have come forward and played the ball better.
Another mid-wicket conference at the fall of the wicket. Adam Kasim, the man leading the troops, but it is Eric Mukisa taking charge there. Very good scenes to see. Empowered players that you have an opinion and you are not afraid to say it. Certainly it shouldn't always be a one-man show.
Walking in is John.
Ronnie Kato is the new man in. Strategies laid by the men in green to see how they can send him back quickly to the dugout, well into the dying embers of this first innings. The Sunrisers winning the toss and electing to bat, hope to put on something like 200. But the men in green having a bigger say to that. picked up 5 wickets, half of the batting lineup. Ronnie Kato to face.
That was a good ball. Dropped in the good area.
A half-hearted push from Ronnie Kato. Not sure if he's defending or attacking. Quicker ball there. Right in the block hole. Beaten for pace, the young man. One ball will complete this Eric Mukisa over. That dot ball brings us to the end of the 14th over. The score is 108 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. I beg your pardon. New bowler in, coming from the forest end. Malcolm Kato starts off with a dot ball. Strays wide.
What is happening, then you talk about that. Then one can say what then I can add the color. Yeah. So watch. First let it happen.
Raymond off the strike. He picks up one. Possibly they're trying to push up the scoreboard, basing on the fact that in the last few overs to go, so they would want to push up their strike rate.
Follows that wider one. Ronnie Kato picks up a vital one. Scoreboard keeps ticking. Yes. As I was saying earlier in the broadcast that the Sunrisers should not be a one pony show with Robert Owiri coming to do the damage all the time. In this encounter, they find that he's back in the heart, and somebody has to raise their hands. Certainly, very many of us to play with. So, and the pressure was well done with in the first few overs. Bearing in mind the pass score is just about 130 on this oval. A dot ball from Malcolm Kato in his first over. One ball to complete. Quicker ball right in the block hole. Completes his first over. Going for only 3 in that one. The score is 113 runs after 15 overs for the loss of 5 wickets. Back in the heart.
The current predicted score is about 152. And this ground, with the current how the wicket is, holds the ball somehow, but with spinners who've been trying to get the turn. Pace bowlers have not been really able to get that. It's not been coming off as they would want. Hits some spots and holds in there. But nevertheless, at the end of the day, you have to score runs and make sure you put runs on board.
I think new bowler in from the highway end. David strays down the leg immediately. They run, tries to hit the ball. The wicketkeeper unable to do so. And just to get to my point, I was making that had Ronnie Katosi stayed that side as the skipper, I would put in either a slip or a gully, or even bring a third man in, because all he's trying to do is use the pace of the ball. Eric Mukisa continues with the words to the bowler, but somehow skipping from Kagera.
An appeal from the fielders, and the umpire says yes, and off he has to walk back to the dugout.
David picking his line and picking his man, catches him plumb. The umpire agrees. Another wicket lost for the Sunrisers. That ball right within the wicket, tries to play it on the leg side.
That was a wrong shot played on a very bad ball. It was a short ball actually. Had he come forward, he could have gotten in and punched it forward. Looking at how they're batting right now, they would want to go so hard on the ball, and yet they're still trying to play defensive. Yeah, they're losing wickets, but still calls back to the strategy, what they've laid down, what their score.
As we heard from the skipper, the toss, they are still about 85 runs away from what they would have loved to. And an overly ambitious 200 is stated, but he did some batting, certainly, on this time departing after that half century, his second half century, to go with also that two back-to-back centuries he has. Mukisa continues from the highway end.
An appeal there from the fielders, and umpire says not out.
New batter in Jamil Chimera. He will have to do some batting. They enjoyed the shots from Robert Owidi. Hope they can replicate that. Goes forward, makes minimal contact. Another dot ball for Mukisa. This is proving to be a useful over. He has that side on windmill action, so you have to wait for that ball to come out of his hands.
The balls are actually pitching a half mat, just that the batter is not able to apply himself and pull those balls, being loose. Another wide
Emma, the tail is long, and seems like it is not going to work on this afternoon in this second encounter between the Kitamba Sunrisers and the Katosi Strikers. Two teams right at the top end of the log with similar records played. 7-1-6 and lost one. But as I said in that first encounter, that one team is going to have a second loss. Mukisa generous in his bowling so far.
That was a better ball actually.
Finally finds his lines. I think that money was wasted to Jamil batting. I would create more pressure by bringing in Sele Midon. We've seen them do that. Bring in a slip. Tell him now, play that ball and see. Beaten for pace. Another dot ball.
This time I don't think that they would want to use a slip fielder. How much it would have been good looking at how the batter is coming forward early. He would actually give them a chance. Umpire calls wides there.
Who needs to hit runs when the bowler can do that for you? Another extra from Mukisa. Guilty. He's picked up a wicket and conceded 5 so far. Just one Lego ball to complete this over. Turning out to be a long one. 9 balls so far. Final ball. Young man gets off the strike. That ball right in his arc. 16 overs done and dusted. 118 runs on board for the loss of 6. New man in Ronnie Kato and Jamil Chimeda. Run rate plummeting down now from a high of as much as 13.3 per over. Now down to 7.38. Mukisa's first over going for 6, but picking up a vital wicket, trapping Kagera LBW.
Looking at how the strike rate has plummeted down, I think the batters feel like Owili did enough for them. And yeah, at that point, you need to come back and you also need to come, learn from what he's done, and build onto that.
Most certainly. But it's the captain, probably now no longer standing captain, Adam Kasim, taking hold of that ball. Coming from the forest end. The tail not wagging, starts off with a dot ball. And you are right, Emma, that they need to learn from what Owili did in the first game of the match while we are still here. He was out there in the nets batting. So, and batting sometimes is all about timing. Young man skies a term one right to mid-on. Picks up one.
I think with time, when they continue batting with these under-19 players from the margin side, Kasim picks up his wicket.
Off stump, dislodged by a quicker ball from Adam Kasim. Picks up his second wicket. Quicker ball in. Kato has to depart.
Adam Kasim dropping the ball right in the channel and picking up his off stump. When you look at his action, actually, he's actually a good bowler. You bowling with your wrist. It's not an action. It's not an easy action to bowl. But you find when you have a young man like that in your team bowling that action, he has a bright future right ahead. But it's good that these players get mixed up with players from the under-19 side, the emerging side. They get to learn from each other. When you put them in the same environment, it becomes a learning environment for them.
Certainly, that was the aim, that these teams will comprise of at least 3 batters or personnel coming from the under-19s, Uganda A, and the emerging side. Not only are we giving opportunity to excuse me, to the youngsters, but we are also giving opportunity to those leading players, show what they can offer, because as you know, teams are being constituted here and there, so good performances should catch the eye. And also, this tournament started at the very start of the Cricket Uganda 50 over league, so some players were unattached to clubs, so all these are opportunities, but the major one should be for the youngsters on their beginning their cricket journey, learning from the more established and more experienced batters and gentlemen. A quick one from Adam Kasim. One ball to complete the over. Slowed ball. Blocks it, the young man. And Adam Kasim wraps up his third over, picking up a vital wicket. Only 1 run conceded. Figures of 2 for 11 so far now. Just economy of just above 3. But the score after 17 overs is 119 runs for the loss of 7. 2 new men out there. John Lake to get off the mark, and Jamil Chimera. Run rate squarely at 7. You feel like it is an anticlimax, this tail end of the innings, because all the highlights happened with Robert O'Willy on strike.
He was hitting the ball. You'd think it is fireworks that was out here.
Yes, the sweet sound of bat on ball, clearing those boundaries effortlessly. He's quite a strong man, and our viewers will have to forgive us for going on about the man, but he deserves his flowers. He's carried the team on his back several times. No ball indicated, and the free hit will be coming up. Jamil gets an opportunity to swing his arms at whatever Mukisa David is offering. That is wide. I beg your pardon. It is not Mukisa, but Joseph.
What a good ball coming from Joseph.
Good shot presented by the young man. Finds the gap in the gully region to pick up one. Inching closer and closer to the 130 runs mark, which should be quite defendable.
Umpire calls wide. On this ground, it's a defendable score, basing on how the wicket is playing right now.
And the personnel that each team has, the strikers falling to the Senyu Warriors in that encounter. Muted appeals with the ball wrapping the pads of John Lake. Yet to find any luck to get off the mark.
Joseph William balls it half mat and goes for wide. I think he's still struggling in his action, how he comes step forward, his follow through, he's actually falling off.
The only fact I love about this that he gets opportunity to play with the big boys. Certainly he will have stuff. Oh! That ball hit him squarely on the temple. Call for a run out, but no. But there will be a welfare check. A welfare check for Waswa. A return catch hitting squarely on the tempo. Medic runs on. As we have another look at that.
That was powerfully struck and it lands straight on his head. Could be dangerous.
Certainly, and like we said, that he's still in his cricket education right at the start. Instincts yet to develop as bowlers, you know, when you are completing your action and you follow through, that sometimes that ball comes back in and comes in quite fast. But hope it's only a physical injury. But I think they are calling for a substitute at the moment. Young man gets some hydration and will receive medical attention beyond the rope. Substitute comes in and somebody will have to complete his over. 2 more balls to go. Another look at that. Actually, that ball was there for catching, but was back onto him quickly and surprised him. But he's alright. He's back on his feet, out to get some treatment.
It's about cricket. The ball is going to hit you now. At the next minute, you find the same player coming back to play. The cricket is just like therapy for players. 1 minute you're hurt, 1 minute you're back into play. It's a beautiful sport.
I am a firm believer in that song that goes, I don't like cricket, I love it when you are beaten by the cricket bag. Eric Mukisa will come to complete this Joseph Waswa over. Surprisingly, yesterday marked a time in which the West Indies had to use 3 people to complete an over. Marv Dillon was bowling, then he got injured, then they brought on somebody else, bowled 2 bouncers, and during that time the rules were when you bowl 2 consecutive bouncers, then you are taken out of the attack, and Chris Gale had to bowl the last ball. So overdone and dusted. Joseph was suffering a hit, not only to his body but to his pride. 18 done and dusted. That score is 126 for the loss of 7. John Lake just one off. Jamil Chimera 4 in 12. And you really feel that it is really the tail enders out there in the middle. Great fight back from the Katosi strikers, curtailing the Sunrisers, who I think were deliciously looking at 200 on the board. Now a long way off. Adam Kasim will come in with the penultimate over.
Good ball coming from Kasim. The young man had gone halfway the match, and it's very hard to send to go past.
I know, Emma, that this is your first time and you have debuted it today, but we have seen so many incidents of that where the youngsters have had the sound of the bat and taken off running. Well done, young man. Well into his driving skills challenge. Pushes onto that one. Stephen Otieno, man at covers, completes the catch. Happy days for Adam Kasim as another wicket falls.
Earlier, the way Kasim grips the ball, the way he drifts when he's delivering the ball, he's top class. When you're having such a young man in your team, looking at how he comes, bowling wrist with the wrist, it's not an easy action. With his front legs straight there, that's top class.
You feel the batter creating room with that ball going across his line and only managing to find Otieno stem sky. Score is 126 for the loss of 8 after just 18.3 overs. Run rate now well down to 6.81. What a fight back from the Katosi strikers.
That's been a hard fight. By the time you bring a strike rate right from above 12 to 6, that is a hard fight you would have put out there.
The strikers doing a good job for Adam Kasim. Field changes in place. Everyone within the 30-yard line. Close fielders out. Flights that one. The chest is on. Wayward throw. Gifts. But a short run indicated by the umpire. Pick up one for their troubles where they could have had 2. Hitting that ball beyond when that ball had passed him.
Kasim realized that this guy, these Thailand batters are waiting for pace to hit, and he's had to slow down his ball. And he bowls it wide. At that point, bowling to youngsters. And it's hit in there.
Young man not running, thinking that is going beyond the ropes. Pick up one, but he found the space. No one there. Hits that ball from off to on. Picks up a vital one. One ball to complete. Adam Kasim over. Dot ball. Finishes his allotted 4 figures. 3 wickets picked up for 14 runs. 15 runs conceded. 19 overs. 130 for the loss of 8. Quite should look like a defendable score. Final over will be bowled by Eric Mukisa, coming in from the highway end.
Ali, his second over in the power play was very expensive. He went for about 26. He was bowling to Willie, who I think he has bowled to so many times and he knows his lines. So he had to punish him.
That is why the figures read that he has conceded 42, but vitally picking up a wicket. Second dot ball for him. The youngster driving a line. He has no line to. But of course, these are the youngsters starting out on their cricket journey. Proper tail enders. So a good learning process.
This ball led straight to the stump, and the young man has to depart for only 4 runs off 4 balls. Eric picks up his second wicket and is gone for 44 runs.
Tidying up his figures with the tailenders. Just 1 wicket to pick up, and I think it will be the desire of the strikers to see that the Sunrisers are all out. Last man coming in.
By the time they hit you at the power play, and you also land on the tail end batters, that is the time for you to feast as well.
Most certainly. Have you seen bowlers, the pacers, or even any bowler, just like in this instance, goes for many in the power play, the more accomplished batters putting him away. Then when he gets the opportunity, rattles through the tail end. Two balls will see us to the end of the first innings in this encounter between the Katosi Strikers and the Kitamba Sunrisers. The Sunrisers winning the toss and electing to bat. Wanted to put on 200 according to the horse's mouth in Robert Owili. And Adam Kasim in response at that toss saying that he wanted to restrict them to 100 all out. I feel like the Strikers would be the happier team. Final ball of the innings, right in the block hole, misses everything, and that will be that for the first innings. Eric Mukisa, figures of 2 for 44, an economy of 11 per over, but it is 131 runs for the loss of 9 wickets in the 20 allotted overs. Asuman and John Lake, the last pairing. As we look at the highlights of this first innings, Robert Owili's blade, we will be back for the second innings. Don't go anywhere. My name is Solomon Lubwamachigozi, together with Emmanuel Twijuche in the comms box.
If we have the bowling card, we're struggling with the internet as well. So if you have the bowling and batting card, you read it. You see the highlights, of course, being from William, and then who has picked quite so many wickets. But if you don't, you just close and take a break. Let me go and put it there. I need, and this is the place with the fresh air. But tomorrow it might rain.
Likely.
oba asinga.
I didn't realize.
Yeah,
So
I know.
nakoze mboy but what's going on? I was still trying to look for it.
To find out.
Yeah.
But since I forgot today, what I did was, I leaned back. When I'm leaning and I'm talking, nothing happens. That magic, I leaned back, put it here on my cheek. Nikangira wafanya mazi.
Navije kwa ground. Yeah. What's going on?
Shima. Sumiyadi.
Because one pack yeah.
Goodbye the nange najenjala kugamba. Olubuto lutandise okujja. Bundi yangamba, the CEO, when she saw me, what's wrong with you cricketers? When you stop playing, you start getting those bellies. Nagamba, what's wrong? And I was like, the moment I left her office and I went back home, I started exercising. But now, I've taken all these weeks without doing any road work and all that. Yeah, I might, but to take off this belly takes me 2 weeks just to feeding on having a liquid diet. The umpires, Rustin Alumansi and Elizabeth Nachibule, make their way back to the center, indicating the start of the second innings in this encounter between the Kitamba Sunrisers and the Katosi Strikers. Both teams evenly matched, coming into this affair with evenly matched records. At the toss, the captain of the Sunrisers, Robert Owili, saying desire to score 200. Adam Kasim in response saying he would love to keep them at just 100, but that ending up in 130 runs on the board for the Sunrisers. The Strikers needing 131 to avenge. Sorry, they need 131 to assert their dominance over the Sunrisers. My name is Solomon Luwama Chigozi, also known as King Soso, joined by Emmanuel Twijuche. Welcome, Emma.
Thank you, King Soso.
What do you look forward to in this second innings? Do you feel that the Sunrisers put on enough runs?
All that is going to depend on how the top order responds to that. They need to score above 60-70 runs in the power play for them to be able to chase that score down. Otherwise, it's going to be tricky.
Fast ball coming in from the highway end. Emma Ogenroth, right on the money. The fielding equal to that. Gives it to a dot ball.
Yesterday I saw Emma Ogenroth ball, and here's smooth action. How he runs in, delivers the ball and follow through. He's good. The only problem that you'd have is where he keeps dropping the ball consistently. But other than that, he's good.
Eric Mukisa and Nathan Serunjoji. Umpire calls that one a no ball. You feel that that ball was just a bumper. That call cancelled by umpire, indicating that was one for the over. Again to ball that ball again in the slot. Eric Mukisa in some fine form. Put on runs for the Wanderers. Takes full advantage. First boundary for the second innings.
He had to lean back and play a square drive off that ball. However much it was short, he had to create space and play it through the covers. What a shot that was. Actually, very few players in the boys' cricket do play that kind of shot.
Of course, Eric Mukisa, student at the academy, in quotes, that is Busoga College Mweri, produced plenty of cricketers for the national teams. This is turning out to be a very interesting battle between Kenneth Ogenroth and Eric Mukisa. Two lads that you feel are shoo-ins for the under-19s.
This is it's an interesting battle between these two. What a good ball. Dropped in the good zone. Definitely through quarter. Tries to drive but misses it in the end. Good ball.
Cricket is at times an ego game, and Mukisa is quite displaying that, not wanting to be beaten, all appear to be beaten by Ogenroth. Still early days in this encounter, and to lose his wicket would be quite disastrous for his side. So he should play like the gold standard in this tournament, which is Robert Owidi, playing to a rising ball on this occasion. Falls short of the man, picks up another one. The wicket is your most precious possession out there in the middle. Stay there and wait for the bad balls. Put some pressure on the bowler. He will give you some extras. So no need to try and go ham and tongs at each and every ball. Nathan Serunjoji to face the final ball of this first over of the second innings. Well versed with Kenneth Ogenroth, both student at St. Cornelius Kalagala SS, and both turning out for Mukono Development. Leaves that one well, and it is the first over done and dusted. Kenneth Ogenroth clearly enjoying himself, as you can see in the frame. 6 runs on the board for no loss.
Stretching exercises. Nahunga mkono na bura gilachi na you when you by the time I go home, I just want to shower, eat, get on the what for prepare for tomorrow, then sleep quickly, man.
Stay diving. Hardly. I hardly dive.
Raymond Kagera will be the man to start proceedings from the Forest End. It is the Sky Blues against the Greens. Teams right at the top of the 6-team log. Played 7, won 6, lost 1 each. But at the end of the day today, the log will be like played 8, and one will have a second loss. Starts off with 1 to the leg side, wraps the bat, picks up a leg by. Kagera has been swinging that ball big in this tournament so far. Very many bowling options in the ranks of the Sunrisers. London Muhanguzi Timothy, Timo Ogenroth. If push comes to shove, even Robert Owili will bowl, but Kagera continues. Told you the swing is available, but he needs to find his line quickly. Eric Mukisa coming off a 34 runs cameo in the Cricket Uganda 50 over league silver division. So he's a man in touch. Had great bowling figures as well. But now to do the batting. Slower ball, still persisting with that leg stump line. Comes off the pads again.
Raymond is swinging that ball. It's getting deep inside, and he's bowling towards the breeze. It's blowing on the other end. So by the time he swings it in, the breeze also helps it swing more. And it swings again so wide.
You're very correct, Emma, because I expected the bowlers, especially the pacers. We are right into the third week, business end of this tournament. It is common knowledge that a breeze is always blowing across this oval, so you need to get your head straight up quickly and realize where it is blowing so that you can take advantage. Sarun George has been threatening to play that shot. Finally manages to connect as Kagera persists with that ball drifting to the leg stump.
Could be an advantage to the batters, especially if they're so good playing on the pads, whatever comes to the pads. But it can also be an advantage to the bowlers if at all they know how to use that breeze. And like you said, it's common knowledge. I don't think it's common knowledge at our level here.
It should be, certainly. Like I said, 3 weeks now into the tournament, cricket owes so much to the elements, so you have to be able to know when the sun comes out and bakes the pitch, it will give you some cracks and it will offer you some bounce, but if it is well covered, so these are things to learn and learn quickly, so that by the time you get to the bigger stages, you're well versed in the science of cricket. A lot of physics goes on in there. How to swing that ball. Any scientist will come and tell you using the rough side and the smooth side of the ball to get swing. Sarun George freezes arms. Ball rests and trickles over the boundary. A vain chase by the two fielders from the Sunrisers. Second boundary mark from that ball right in the slot. Whips it from offside to the leg side. Good shot.
That was actually a good shot. What a shot. It's in the air and the chance is put down. They've taken 2 runs off the midfield of a good shot. Gave up a chance. Two overs down. 18 runs on board for no loss. Eric Mukisa having 12 of 10. Nathan is still 1 of 3. I think some of the things, this information has to come from the senior players telling the junior players, you bowling, you need to be aware of where it's bowling from, but where it's blowing from to what end, so that when they come in to bowl, they know if I drop my ball here, it's going to end up swinging this side. If I'm in swinger, if I'm out swinger, this is how it's going to swing. And they also need to have common knowledge about the pitches, how they're going to play. Sometimes you may find that the pitch is like that, slows down the ball, it's been covered, it's going to hold the ball. So this knowledge, as time goes on, I'm sure they'll be able to pick up.
Certainly. One thing is certain, the sun is out today. As we were making our way to Florida Cricket Oval, there was heavy fog, and local knowledge will tell you that as soon as fog is out in the morning, you expect a blazing hot day. We have not been disappointed. Yorker from Ogen Rod Kenneth sends Nathan Sarun George back to the heart. Good ball. That ball swinging. And as we were speaking about swing previously, in the book with real goals.
That must have really hurt. Off the toe to the stumps. I'm sure that young man is going to remember that ball.
Of course, Nathan Seronjoji and Ogenrod Kenneth, very conversant with each other, as I said, both turning out from Mukono development team in the bronze A category of the Cricket Uganda 50 over league. Students at St. Cornelius Galagala, they usually come here over the weekends to Florida Cricket Oval to train. He has seen Ogenrod with ball in hand, and he's a man in full flow. Balls chest on. So sometimes it is the psychological knowledge of a bowler over the trumps that he has in his arsenal. But it is one wicket that has fallen so far after 2.1 overs. 18 runs are on board for the Katosi strikers, trying their level best not to lose back-to-back games. That's the New Warriors, a team that had no win in their on the log, overcoming them in that encounter, winning by 22 runs. New man in is Jonathan. Right off the mark. Eric Mukisan Nyenya left with the task of doing some rebuilding. Strays down the leg side. Another extra to tot up for the strikers. Great glove work from Robert Owidi behind the stumps.
Seems like the sun has baked the wicket enough. It's starting to get the bounce. The ball is starting to come off the wicket.
And also, I think you've had the benefit of playing on it. The cracks are widening there, so also offers something for the spinners. Balls it short of a length. Quick fire pace. Mukisa tries to pull, but that ball is too quick. One thing the sun has done is to dry out the field. Last week we really suffered with the rain, the downpours coming, rain affected matches. But now the ground with a new haircut and drying out evenly.
How's it?
That is what you need to talk about. Let's take it. Okay, Kitamba, it is a good ball unless you're going to add something to that descriptive. But why was it good? He's pitched it in line, beats the mark. What a good ball! It is what comes last. I say rather than all, if you say it is good, continue to it.
Throws to the wrong end. Well driven on the ground by Eric Mukisa. Had some batting struggles at the start of the tournament, but finding his feet, finding his form, It is good to see. Amos Abura, captain of the Sunrisers, at the start of the tournament, turning out for Bojo against Rounders. Didn't score any runs in that encounter. Standing captain Robert Willie, leaving the charges with bat in hand, a brisk 51. Goodyoka, misfield, releases all the pressure. I will not be best pleased with that. Bringing us to the close of the third over. 22 runs for the loss of 1 at a run rate of just above 7 at 7.33. Again, Rots over going for only 4 runs, but picking up a vital wicket of Nathan Serunjoji. I will tell you, this game is anybody's to take, but 22 runs on board is not it's not a bad start for the Katosi strikers.
It's not, definitely not a bad start, given their strike rates and the current run rate. So if they continue batting at that run rate, they can actually catch up. But for them to really catch up, they need to make sure they continue presenting a straight bat and the scoring runs. Hopefully they set up a strategy.
I fully agree with you. Play each ball on its own merit. When it's there to be hit, you smack it without any reservation, as we saw that dangerous Robert O'Willie do. Don't be in two minds. You die wondering. So have a clear strategy of play individually and collectively as a team. But Raymond Kagera will continue from the forest end.
And he continues swinging the ball back inside, hitting Jonathan's pad.
It's not even pads. Finding that part not covered by the pads. Some rubbing was involved. But most importantly, Kagera had a dot ball to start off. Trying to play that late. And with the way he warmed up now, he gets closer to the stumps. Tries to keep the batters honest. The moment you stray out of the crease and you've missed that ball, you will be gone. Better success. Nyenya declines the second one which was available. Mukisa goes to have a chat with him that we should not leave any runs on offer. In the middle there, we might come to regret that.
Right at this point, Sunrisers had 40 runs in about 3.3 overs.
Offers him with it, but with pace off. Another dot ball.
He's actually cut off his pace. He realized sparking whatever is coming quick. You come quick, you go back quick.
You do most of the work for the batter. He will just offer his bat. Use your pace. A swing hard. Oh, that ball going over the shoulder of the young man. Unable to pick it. It is difficult even for the seniors. That ball coming over your shoulder. But it is an opportunity presented by Mukisa, not fully taken by the Sunrisers. Oh! Missed opportunity. Certainly again. Young man guilty of dropping a dolly right to his body. No need to move. And Mukisa uses up another life. But it is the end of 4 overs. 25 runs for the loss of 1 wicket for the Katosi strikers. Mukisa 15 in 16. Nyenya 3 in 5. As we take another look at that opportunity created by Raymond. That was the boundary. Ogenrot Kenneth will have 3 overs on the trot, as he often so does in the tournament so far. Reserves 1 to bowl at the death. Trying to play a late cut. A ball that is nowhere near his bat. I want to see him change that line. Not that it is bad, but to see what Nyenya offers when the ball is within the body line.
It would actually be something good to see. If he pushes it closer, try and make him drive. Looking at the kind of field that is set.
Emma, you asked for close, but don't that close. That ball well within the block hole, using the pace. I would still insist that I would love to see that ball to back of a length. Have somebody at mid wicket try to lure the batter into a pull shot, but because you have some express pace already, he has a third man and fine leg out. Try to rush him on the pull shot and see if he can get a wicket. Just like that, express pace, a battle between bat and ball. The ball winning so far. The men at covers all hugging that 30-yard line.
It's not actually a bad line to bowl. At this point, you put in the batters on pressure, creating more pressure for the batters who are going to come in. And driven straight to the covers. Another chance.
Ogenroth not moving to the wicket quick enough. The young man caught in between minds where he should throw that ball. Nyanya and Nero stuttering in the middle of there. An opportunity for a run out. Missed.
It's up in the air. Is it going to be taken? And it's put down by the young man. And the call for two, he says.
Another opportunity for Eric Mukisa. Third life used up. Skies that one. A better line. Back of a length from Ogenroth, wide off. A young man hesitant to that skyer. Ran and stopped, then ran again to get to that pitch. Not a great effort, but final ball of the third over from Ogenroth. Gets some hands onto the ball. Run two so far. And that will be that. The two runs marking the end of the fifth over. 34 runs on the board for the loss of one. Ogenroth has picked up 1 wicket so far in his 3 overs, conceding 19 runs at an average of just above 6. Eric Mukisa, 19 in 18, scoring at just above 100. Jonathan Nyenya, 8 in 9, just almost at a 100. Second wicket partnership between these two. Run rate is at 6.80. If they go at this rate, they should be able to cross the line. But Raymond Kagera coming up for his third over. From the forest end. Quick and wide dot ball.
Robert Owili doing the tidying up there on the wicket, so close to the stumps. There actually so very few wicket keepers in Uganda can actually do that.
Keeping pace in the stumps.
Something so brave is doing there.
Opportunity thrown at the wrong end. Mukisa well out of his crease trying to get to this striker's end. Awareness lacking for the Sunrisers, and you feel that there is a momentum shift slowly by slowly. The Katosi strikers establishing a stronghold onto this game. Yes, you might have had the blazing bat of Owili, but they are going about their business steadily. Kagera not ready to bowl that dead ball indicated by umpire Roston Alumansi. Trudges up to his mark.
Right at where they are at 6.3. It's not a bad strike rate. They just have to keep converting the bad balls, looking for the runs, and they will get there.
Sprays down the leg side. They cannot afford to be generous.
This young man has it. He has a good action for an in swing. He just needs to learn where to keep dropping his ball. He slows down that ball. Straight in the wicket.
Great work from the young man out there at square leg. Throws into a dive. Keeps that to 1. I was saying that they have some bowlers in these ranks. You have the likes of Sebanyiga Davis, London Muhanguzi Timothy, standing captain in the previous match, not yet bowling. So they can try it out various combinations. Don't let the batters settle on the type of the bowlers that you're using, because now Ogenrot and Kagera bowling 3 overs on the trot. Slows down that ball and it is swinging in. Vital dot ball.
He's had to change his pace based on the fact that the batter has gotten used to what he was bowling. So in the 3rd over he had to change pace. So by this point I expected the batters to have settled in. Jonathan is 9 off 12. Eric is 19 off 19. Those are a lot of balls. They should be looking for runs at this point, though not in a risky manner.
Tries to find a gap on the offside. No pace to work with now, and having faced about 5 balls, should be aware of what the bowler is trying to do. But it will be the last ball of this over. In the air, finds the gap finally, races away into the shadows to get a boundary for us to the end of the power play. The score is 41 for the loss of 1. Eric Mukisa 23 in 21. Jonathan Nyenya 9 in 12. Raymond Kagera 3 overs. Hasn't picked up any wickets. Conceded 20 runs, just about 6.8 something the economy. Umpire Elizabeth Nachibule indicates the end of the power play, and you will have the man who stood in as he's giving the ball back to the young Ronnie Kato. I thought it was going to be Muhanguzi London to bowl. He stood in as captain. The first time Ahura Amos was missing. Field restrictions lifted. Deep extra cover. Long on for the young Ronnie. No long off whatsoever.
Seems like the young man wasn't ready to bowl that one. Trying to check his line.
I was trying to find out what the batter intends to do. Starts off with a wide delivery. Some batting still left out in the strikers' hat. Katosi, his on ball, soft hands from Nyenya. Adam Kasim yet to come in, played a very good anchor role in that match. Hit straight back up above the head of the bowler, picks up one.
That's a good shot down the ground for 6. Picked up well. Picked up the line early. That was right in the arc. At the end, you have to credit the batter. Good shot.
Boundary maximum from Mukisa. And in correction, the bowler strays extremely wide of the long levers of Mukisa. For such bowlers with not so much express pace, you always need to bring the wickets into contention. Try to get those LBWs and bowls just like that. Great readjustment. That ball kicking off the turf, surprising. Nyenya.
That dropped so short and should have been punished. But nevertheless, it's gone. It's gone and it's a dot ball. 53 for 1 after 7 overs. Eric Mukisa 30 of 23. Jonathan Nyenya 11 of 16. By the time you come into bowl and you know you don't have a lot of pace you're supposed to work with, you should have, your main target should be hitting the ball at proper lines, 3/4, and you're hitting it straight in the stumps. Give the batters a challenge. But if every time you come into ball and you're putting it away, that's a gift to any batter.
Batters will certainly swing with those lines beyond the wickets. But we have a bowling change from the Forest end. The Sky Blues choosing London Muhanguzi Timothy to come and bowl his first over in this match. The previous over, the men in green crossing the 50 runs mark. Starts off with a generous offer down the leg. Muhanguzi London. Good thing is that he has a lot of variety. He has those quicker balls and the slower balls, the flighted ones. Turns it both ways, so he's usually a handful. Corrects his line and dots.
Which is something usually good to do, as once you bowl one sport and you're bowling one same ball. Punch through the covers for one. If you keep bowling that same ball over and over, the batsmen will definitely have to pick you up over time. You drop it twice, third ball you definitely not see it. The field is standing so far.
That is the modern game. You can't be too predictable. Otherwise, a Skyer opportunity to try to catch off his own bowling, running backwards, but missed. First life from Eric Mukisa. At the end of the day, we will not say that his innings have been chanceless. He's been generous. But the men in blue not taking those opportunities. A quicker one from London Muhanguzi completes his first over. 4 runs coming off that one. Score is 57 for the loss of 1. And you feel that at this point in time, men in the heart for the strikers, they are well and truly on their way, trying to overhaul 100 and Kagera keeps that to 1. Well struck by Mukisa.
Wide down the leg.
Very annoying, man. Luli yabadde bagoba 131. Kati era nga bagoba 127. Shot by 4.
Ronnie Kato. Man out there in that deep. At extra cover. Keeps that to 1. Sometimes you do not get value for your shot. That sounded crisp, but could only pick up 1. Man out there doing a fine job. That is the ball. If he can find 3 more balls like that, as you prayed for Emma, balls attacking those stumps. Mukisa going for all money, misses that completely. I think he lost shape as he was trying to hit that ball.
Tall man, he'll want to clear it from the up. Side edge, and they have to run. They have to pick up 1 at the end. Being a tall man, You're batting on that wicket, the ball is not coming as you'd expect it, and the bowler, Ronnie, he's also a medium slow bowler, so I wouldn't expect it to come so quick.
Two similar looking shots from but all just picking up one. Opportunity, it's a Skyer. Manages to go well beyond the boundary. The tall man finding his range. 6 to be added onto the score. Another look at that. That ball is short. That down the track swings the arms. Yes, there was a man, but that ball sailing over his head.
68 for 1 at the end of 9 overs. You look at how Eric had to give himself
Cricket, of course, borrowing from very many sports that include hitting the ball, tennis, golf, badminton, you name it. You found that players who had played some tennis were very good at playing that ball on the rise and pulling, similar to a backhand. But Muhanguzi continues from the forest end. Soft hands from Nyenya. I feel that they have taken on the responsibility to inch their team closer and closer to that 127 mark for victory. Hit straight back to him. Unable to feel that. Need to run and pick up 2. Well applauded by the dressing room. Everyone on the rail there applauding every run, knowing how important this encounter is. Would you say that the men in sky blue are Man City in this incident?
they definitely look like it, but they are starting to lose it out.
So much promise, but strays to the leg with a quicker one. But you never say never. Just like Man City, they are not yet out of the contention of the league, the English Premiership. So are the Sunrisers. Intelligent batting from these two. Soft hands, rotate strike. Dissolves all the pressure that would develop from a dot ball. Will it be sweet revenge for the Sunrisers against the Strikers? Or would it be the enforcement of pedigree by the Strikers against the Sunrisers? Opportunity. The running has been good between the wickets. One ball will just complete the first half of this second innings. Of course, the Sunrisers winning the toss and choosing to bat first. posting 126, sorry. Final ball of this over. Drives it well on the ground to get back on strike. It is 10 overs done and dusted halfway through the second innings. 75 for the loss of one. An acceleration there, Emma, in the run rate, well above the required asking.
Well, the required asking is about 6. And right now they're moving at 7.5, which is actually very good. Like I'd said earlier, if they need to win this game, they need to bat so straight, bat responsively, and bat longer. And based on the fact that they still have so many wickets out there, still a chaseable score. Unlike Eric was given about 4 chances, must be his day to survive longer.
Fortune favors the brave. Mokisa, not shy in expressing himself with the bat, has offered opportunities, like you say. The captain makes a very bold move, brings back Kenneth Ogenroth. There is no point in keeping your powder, yet the battle is raging out there in the middle. Ogenroth comes back in the attack. Third man goes out. Long on and long off. Deep extra cover as well. "50 runs will see the scores tied 51. Game match and set to the men in green, but for now, Ogenroth will continue from the highway end. That line, they will keep picking up the ones. As we said previously, ball it to back of a length. Try and you have an option of a bouncer because it's a strong lad, but that is everyday fare to batters who are now seeing the ball as big as a ripe mango. That is the opportunity, but no man out there in the deep. Eric Mukisa with a marvelous shot, turning and pulling a half tracker from Kenneth Ogenroth, brings up his 50. The sixth man to do that, lined it up well, pulled it on the turn.
Seems like his 4 lives have brought him luck. This could be wrong field they've set for Kenneth at this point, and it was definitely a bad ball from him. He has more offside and his ball is so short, so
some of the spectators, having played in the morning, slower delivery, and to get back to that point we are making, with no deep mid wicket there, all deep backward square, Mukisa was just left with an option to swing, got the maximum of that short ball from Ogenroth, but had the man been there, he would have been tempted to miss it because there were no guarantees that he was going to go over the fence.
had he been bowling that line, I'm sure he wouldn't have been pushed down that side.
Again with one solitary wicket to show for all his effort. One ball to go to complete his 4 allotted overs. A great atmosphere developing out here at Florida Cricket Oval in Nkokonjeru. They still won, and that must be very frustrating to the men in sky blue. Picks up 1, 11 overs done and dusted, 84 runs for the loss of 1. Eric Mukisa, most importantly, 52 runs in 40 balls, offering plenty of opportunities to go back for a shower, none taken by the men in sky blue. Jonathan Nyenya keeps him company, 17 in 23. Again finishes with figures of 1 wicket picked up for conceding 28 runs. An economy of 7.
For Kitamba Sunrisers stay in this game, they need to break this partnership. They've had a long stand.
Mistimed. He's dropping a bit short now, Mohanguzi. Just like that. But an opportunity now. Running. Gets to the point of the ball, but seems like those heavy hits from Mukisa have taken the stuffing out of the Sunrisers. Certainly got to the ball, but unable ran off from the boundary. All those dropped opportunities will see shoulders dropping, irritability increasing amongst the fielders, but this game is still there to be won. Break this partnership in might come in Adam Kasim. The Sunrisers should keep fighting and take this game deep, create some pressure, but right now it is all the men in green. Those quick runs, frustrating because the fielders are not moving in with the bowler. It is a drop and run affair out in the middle. Precious dot ball, and if you had the graphics you would see that the worm for the strikers rising sharply now, trying to match runs again. Had Nyenya, sorry, and soon that worm will be going beyond the Sunrisers. One ball to complete the third over for London Mohanguzi. Tries to play that one off his feet. Mukisa frustrated in missing out. 12 overs, 90 for the loss of 1.
the chances that Kitamba Sunrise have given out, they will come back to haunt them very soon. Katosi strikers need 38 runs in 8 overs.
You certainly felt that the 127 runs on board for the strikers was a bit 20 runs short. And had somebody told you after the power play that they will not make 150, you would not have believed it. But a great bowling display from the strikers to limit them once Owiri was done. Bowling change, it is Davis Sebanyiga who comes into the attack from the highway end. Starts off with a wide. You can't be generous at this moment. Concentrate, young man. No ball, adding salt to injury. Another extra. And the free hit opportunity from Nyenya to free his arms. The voices around the oval loud, with most of the spectators supporting the strikers.
Davis to deliver the no ball. And the no ball still in play. Umpire calls wide. It has to be rebowled again.
Will seem to be coming off the resistance of the men in sky blue. Free hit still. A very strange field you have there. That ball racing up the hill, crosses the boundary. Scoreboard keeps standing for the strikers, looking to put right what went wrong in that encounter that they lost. But another look at that.
They've been milking so many runs from the infield, taking singles. They've been doing so well.
Rotation of strike has been exceptional between these two. A growing partnership that needs to be broken as soon as possible.
The current partnership is 79 of 61 balls.
Mukisa in the mood. Tells Sebanyiga, go fetch. Boundary maximum. Bringing us to the 104 overs mark. Full ball. Angling into the man. Saw it coming. Dispatches that. Whatever could go wrong is going wrong. Not a clean pick up that time round from Kagera. They sneak a run, some hesitation in there. But an exciting spectacle happening out there.
He drives it down the ground to the onside for a single.
At this point, you'd be feeling sorry for Kitamba Sunrise. They thought they'd put on enough.
And 20 overs, and they thought Katosi strikers wouldn't be able to chase.
Another no ball. Frustration rising within the Sunrisers ranks. Another free hit. What an expensive over it is turning out to be from Davis Sebanyiga. Hasn't had very many bowling opportunities. And you can certainly see why. Comes in with pressure situation, trying to stem the flow of runs. Get some pointers from Raymond Kagera. As we said, with these medium pacers, you need to bring the stumps into play. That should sail. Skied and kept to only 2.
I feel the ground is a little bit soggy and soft, so when it's skied up so high like that and it drops down the ground, it won't really have to move. It won't really move so far. Most cases it's been staying inside, unless you hit it just on the ground that it has to travel so hard. The current partnership is 91 of 67. 109 for 1 after 13 overs. Eric Mokisa having 65 of 49. Jonathan Nyenya 24 of 28. This is a good fight. Put one out there. The chances that Kitamba Sunrise is given out, they're really hunting them by now.
Only 1 wicket lost so far in the second innings. Some creative fields coming out, bringing the men in as Mohanguzi continues from the forest end, trying to tempt the man to go over the infield. Such fielding displays. The fielders not realizing what the strategy is. Correct technique abandoned.
Sometimes you may want to do something. You may want to field the ball so well, and your body ends up disappointing you. You want to move your leg to the right place, but you can't move there, and you end up misfielding balls. But that's why these games are there for these youngsters to learn from.
The coaches certainly have a lot to work to do. The things that they have identified, especially with the fielding, fielders presenting hard hands and the balls popping out. Plays that one past the man that covers. The rest is on to the boundary. The ball winning that. Nyenya now into the 30s.
That was a good whip off the pads. He's someone who plays so well off his pads. Right from the start, you notice whoever's been swinging the ball inside to his pad has been whipping it off well. Bad ball from London Mukisa. And it's dispatched for 4 runs.
It now looks just a case of when the Katosi strikers win, not if. Reasserting their dominance over the Kitamba Sunrisers. This game will hurt and sting, because it will seem like the Sunrisers and are unable to match. Bull. Not a clean pickup from Owidi. Precious dot ball from London Mohangu to Timothy. One Lego ball will see him completing his allotted 4. Hasn't picked up a wicket. A chastising experience for the young man this evening. Opportunity ball right there. Picks up a wicket with the final ball of his 4th over. Redeeming his figures. Eric Mukisa runs off, having done the job that was required of him. 14 overs done and dusted. The score is 120 for the loss of 2 wickets. A brisk 65 as we have another look at that catch by Kenneth Ogenroth. Is it a little too late for the men in sky blue? And there will be a bowling change as we look at the highlights from Mukisa. Raymond Kagera comes in to bowl his final over. A change of ends comes in now to Highway.
Current run rate is about 8.57. Required is 1.33, which should be an easy job for the new pair, for the new batter who was just stepped on to get done with. A game that seemed so hard to chase down. A score that they thought was so good they would restrict them from chasing has become an easy score, and it's hunting them now. This is one of the games that is going to hurt the most for them. Had they taken their chances, they wouldn't have been here at this point right now.
Raymond Kagera with the task to stem the flow of runs. Puts it right in the slot. Jonathan Nyenya now seeing the ball as big as a football. Drives that one. Picks up one. Kagera has shortened up his run up. No need to expend energy. New man in is Adam Kasim. 6 runs to win for the Katosi Strikers. Adam Kasim in some bit of discomfort. That ball kicking off the turf from Raymond Kagera. Plays it late, picks up one. Countdown is on. 5 runs to win. Fielder keeps that to 2 for Nyenya. 3 to win. And they could possibly accomplish that in this over. But Raymond Kagera will have a say in that.
He plays offside. Goes wide, and they take the run as well. And the countdown is on.
The score is tied 126 for the loss of 2. 1 run will see the Katosi strikers, the men in green. Slower ball. And they run that, bringing an end to the proceedings in the second match. The Katosi strikers remain unbeaten when they are facing the Kitamba Sunrisers. A good start by Eric Mukisa, who came in. It is handshakes all around in the middle. But you will feel that the Sunrisers will rule all the missed opportunities and the runs that they left out. Roberto Willie departing in the first innings. And the wheels coming off the batting. You felt even at the start of the second innings that there were some 20 or 30 runs short. But it is the Kitamba Sunrisers on the losing end in this encounter. A look at the batting cards. Eric Mukisa with 65 in 51. Strike rate of 127.45. Jonathan Nyenya unbeaten, 37 in 34. Strike rate of just 108.82. And the bowling card, we'll see Ogenroth picking up 1 in his 4, conceding 28 for an economy of 7. London Muhanguzi picking up the other wicket, conceding 27 in his 4, an economy of 6.80. The Katosi Strikers win by 8 wickets in this encounter. My name is Solomon Luwama Chigozi. I've been with Emmanuel Trijuche. Don't go anywhere for the post-match presentations. Chanja. Ah. Tofayo bibao. Bod. Gendo kole post match. Saja bio menyanyo gendo kole post match. Lydia tugenda naye. Bana ibiche. Ivan. Abantu bamenya
One run. Again.
kati abantu abali
Atekeko one run egwe.
abantu abo batulabisa naye wabwe tebalima ne bagamba abalinga balaba. You have to be aware of the the Blasters tomorrow playing against the Strikers, I think. It is not, we are not scoring on the no way.
Batu tokufunanyizibwa bulijjo babeera nga bagamba Edwin ajja tugobera. Mu musana olabike bulungi nti oli Mungereza wava Birmingham.
Good evening to you, ladies and gentlemen, forever you are watching us. My name is Solomon Lubwama, here with the post-match presentation. After a very exciting match between the Kitamba Sunrisers and the Katosi Strikers, the Strikers managing to win by 8 wickets. And I will speak first with Robert Owili, standing captain for the Sunrisers. Robert, a hard day in the office for you. Hard luck. You won the toss and elected to bat. Wanted to put up 200, as you said, at the toss. Do you feel that the runs that you had on board were enough?
No, the runs weren't enough. I, as the captain, I didn't take responsibility on the wicket, being that I was the batsman that could have made us reach 200, but it didn't come up though.
Yes, with your wicket falling, the wheels came off for your team. Not many other contributions from your batters. What do you need to speak to them?
What I told them, I've been telling them to believe in themselves while coming into bat. They should be coming in without fear.
And then on the bowling end, picking up only 2 wickets, plenty of opportunities offered by the opening pair, Eric Mukisa and Nyenya, none taken.
As we came into field, we had a team plan of the opening bowlers bowling wicket to wicket. Using that new ball, it would have been easy for them to get wickets, but it seems like they weren't disciplined. So I think that's what caused the failure.
What do you think your team needs to do to overcome the Strikers? Now played 2 against them and losing both of them.
I think next time we should come back better. We must come back better.
Okay, commiserations to you, Robert. You can go back and speak to the guys in the camp. And I'll speak to Adam Kasim, standing captain for the Katosi Strikers. You were very defiant at the toss. When Robert said that he wanted 200, you came out and said you are going to limit them to 100. They managed to get 138. What do you say about your bowling display?
Yeah, we bowled up according to our bowling plan, and I told my bowlers to bowl on the offside so that we can limit the extras and the boundaries so that we can get a little score to chase.
What plans did you have for Robert Owili, a man who has been in form and carrying most of the batting for the Strikers?
I knew when I bring a leg spin, it would be so difficult to him to hit all over the balls to the boundary. So I decided to bring Otieno and Otieno managed to beat him again. That's his turn.
Now you've played 2 times against the Sunrisers, winning both of them. How do you guys feel?
Yeah, we are very happy. We are feeling very happy because without our senior players, we can win the games. We are so happy of that.
Okay, and congratulations to you, the Strikers. And now we will go to the player of the match presentations, which will be handed by. And the player of the match has been adjudged to be Eric Mukisa, 62 runs and picking up 2 wickets. Let me have a word first. Eric, you bowled well, came in top of the order and batted well as well.
Yeah, I think today, it was a good day for batting, and majorly in the first innings as we were bowling, we tried to restrict the batsmen from getting the runs even if they were coming in hard, but then we managed to maneuver and picked the great wicket of Obere, and we managed to limit the batsmen from scoring very many runs to a total of 127. Then when it came to the batting, I think we had to offer the shots, and the timing was on, and we managed to hit the score and emerged winners of today.
Talking about yourself, having a personal milestone, joining the many people who have scored half centuries so far, how do you feel?
I think this is a great feeling because I hadn't reached the milestone of at least a half century or a century this tournament, but I think this is the starting point, and I look forward to getting more.
Should we say that we are going to see more runs from you?
Yeah, I think the runs are coming now.
And the envelope will be presented to you. Please come. And before we leave the post-match, don't forget we have another exciting match tomorrow. The Sanyu Warriors coming in against the Blasters. My name is Solomon Lubwama Chigozi. Have a very lovely evening. Mulete gundi. Mwe, abatakize, chimugenda muja gundi, muja mukalabi. Muchimanyi.